people on their own. In this presentation, we'll introduce the basic functionality of a firewall, which is software or hardware used to control ingress and egress of network traffic, and that refers to the direction traffic coming in and or traffic coming out, and you can control both of them with a firewall. And it is quite simply designed to prevent unauthorized access to a private network. Of course, on the internet, there could be intruders that are trying to gain access to proprietary information on the inside. The firewall, in essence, is designed to protect that information. Now, there are two main types: a software based firewall that runs on a host PC or server, and as such, it's called a host based firewall. And it really is just configurable software on that system. And in fact, in Windows environments, all recent Windows clients and servers included a firewall by default ever since Windows XP, and you can just configure it through the control panel. And then there's the network-based firewall. This is typically a dedicated device, although they might run on a server, and we'll actually come back to that in a moment. But it typically segregates a LAN from devices on an untrusted network. And of course, the untrusted network is the internet. So the primary difference is that the network-based firewall is designed really to protect the entire network. Now, some of the filtering techniques that are used in firewalls include a packet filter, which accepts or rejects packets entering or leaving the network, and you can configure the criteria yourself with respect to what is allowed and what is not. So it quite literally examines the packets, and if it meets the criteria, it is accepted, and if it does not meet the criteria, it is discarded. An application gateway applies security mechanisms to specific applications, so it depends on the application you are using. A circuit level gateway applies security mechanisms to TCP and or UDP connections, so it works on the port numbers. And a proxy server hides the network addresses because it only ever exposes the public network to the internet. So you don't ever see what kind of addresses are being used on the inside. So then, comparing hardware and software firewalls, again, the hardware firewall is typically a dedicated device, and in many cases it is also the router. So it handles the connection between your network and the internet. Recall that routers connect networks together, so in many cases the firewall is implemented on the router. They require at least two ports, two physical connections, that's referred to as dual homed, in order to segregate inside traffic from outside traffic. One port connects into the private network and one port connects out to the public internet. But the software firewall is installed on a single host, and in that regard, it is designed to only protect the host on which they are installed. So where a network firewall sits on the boundary and protects everything behind it, a software firewall is usually implemented as a second line of defense, so that when traffic arrives on that specific computer, it must still meet all of the firewall rules. Now, the distinction between hardware and software is a little bit blurred by network firewalls that are running on Windows or Linux hosts. We see a bit of a combination here. It is a host-based firewall because it's running on a server, but you can place that server on the border of your network and it can then perform the same task. So it's just a little bit of a crossover, if you will, there. It is a software firewall, but it is performing the job of a hardware firewall. So it's just, again, just blurs that line a little bit, but its purpose is the same: to protect all of the systems behind the firewall. Now, one final distinction with it when it comes to securing the environment with a firewall that sometimes is not always that clear. It is designed purely to protect from intrusion and attack. It does not do anything with respect to preventing viruses from entering the network or any kind of malware. They often come in just in the form of an attachment to an email. So a firewall does not protect against that. It is trying to keep the resources of your network protected by, again, implementing these various techniques, but it is designed for really just that purpose, not anti-malware or any kind of antivirus software.
Welcome to IDS-IPS, Intrusion Detection Systems and Intrusion Prevention Systems. Today, these devices have become as central to security as firewalls and antivirus. It's difficult to imagine any significant network that does not employ some sort of IDS or IPS solution to augment and enhance security. So in this video, we're going to talk about what they are, how they work, the differences in different types, so you can select the appropriate device for your network. First of all, they can be broken down into deployments.
Dang, I forgot to start my timer.
Deployment. Network deployments are deployments which will monitor a particular network segment. And you can have a network intrusion detection device or network intrusion prevention device called a NIDS or NIPS, so Network Intrusion Detection System or Network Intrusion Prevention System. Or you can deploy them on a single machine, and then the name is Host Intrusion Detection System or Host Intrusion Prevention System, HIDS or HIPS. Now in reality, there's usually a combination. For example, your network segments should have some sort of protection, NIDS or NIPS. And then specific sensitive servers should also have host-based systems. So for example, a web server in your demilitarized zone, your DMZ, should probably have its own host-based system. Now that's one way to look at these devices, their deployment, whether it's network or host. Then we can look at how they behave. The active is what we now call an intrusion prevention system. Whether it's network or host-based, it's still active. What that means is, if it detects a possible threat, some activity that registers either as a signature attack or anomalous behavior that might be an attack, an intrusion prevention system will not only notify the administrator and log the event, but will shut down the traffic. Now the alternative is passive or intrusion detection. In those systems, the network administrator is notified, the event details are logged, but the possible attack traffic is not shut down. Now you might immediately assume that active is the only way to go. Don't you want to shut down the traffic? Well, the issue is very simple. There is such a thing as false positives. What if the system believes something is an attack, and it's not really an attack, and it inadvertently shuts down legitimate traffic? Now, in some scenarios, that is something you're willing to accept. In others, it's not. So you have to look at the sensitivity of either the host or the network segment to decide whether intrusion prevention or intrusion detection is appropriate. My real recommendation that I normally give people is a mixture. Your most sensitive servers, your most sensitive network segments should have intrusion prevention. Less sensitive areas, intrusion detection would be totally appropriate. Now the way they work is a combination of signature and heuristics, much like antivirus. They have attack signatures that
What the heck was that? Just refreshed randomly.
or anomalous behavior that might be an attack. An intrusion prevention system will not only notify the administrator and log the event, but will shut down the traffic. Now the alternative is passive or intrusion detection. In those systems, the network administrator is notified, the event details are logged, but the possible attack traffic is not shut down. Now you might immediately assume that active is the only way to go. Don't you want to shut down the traffic? Well, the issue is very simple. There is such a thing as false positives. What if the system believes something is an attack and it's not really an attack, and it inadvertently shuts down legitimate traffic? Now, in some scenarios, that is something you're willing to accept. In others, it's not. So you have to look at the sensitivity of either the host or the network segment to decide whether intrusion prevention or intrusion detection is appropriate. My real recommendation that I normally give people is a mixture. Your most sensitive. Now, the way they work is a combination of signature and heuristics, much like antivirus. They have attack signatures that tell them this is definitely attack. But then they look at behavior, network traffic, and they compare it to some rules that are configured for them, and they see if that behavior appears to be illegitimate. For example, a sudden dramatic spike in network bandwidth could be a distributed denial of service. It could be a large exfiltration of data. Of course, it could also be an anomalous high amount of legitimate traffic. That's where we get back to the possibility of false positives. Now, placement issues. You need to understand that intrusion detection and prevention systems can only see their local network segment. What that means is you either have one on every network segment, or you have traffic forwarded to where the IDS IPS is through something like port mirroring, or you put sensors in each network segment and they forward the traffic to a single IDS IPS. Either way, these usually cannot see beyond their own network segment. Keep that in mind when you're deploying. It's also a really good idea to put one in the DMZ. That's going to be your first line of warning regarding an external attack. Now again, you'll have to decide whether you want intrusion prevention or detection. In the DMZ, it's really a difficult decision because you're more likely to get anomalous traffic. Let's say you have an e-commerce site and you have a sudden big sale and traffic quadruples. Is that an attempted denial of service? Or is this what you wanted, the outcome of a really good sale, increased traffic? You certainly would not want to shut down legitimate sales traffic to your e-commerce site. That defeats the whole purpose of having an e-commerce site. So there will be a little bit of work on figuring out whether to use intrusion prevention or detection in the DMZ, but one or the other should certainly be there. And of course, we mentioned previously, critical servers should have their own host-based IDS or IPS. Again, you'll have to decide which is more important. The fact that they're critical servers makes one lean towards intrusion prevention systems. But either way, something to specifically monitor that host. Just like individual hosts have their own antivirus and firewalls, they should also have their own IDS or IPS, at least for the critical servers. Now, there's a lot of IDSs and IPS solutions out there, both commercial and open source, but all of them have some common components. First of all, there'll be a sensor. This is software that simply collects traffic. Basically, it's a packet sniffer, much like TCP dump or Wireshark. It's just collecting packets. That's all it's doing. It's a copy of the traffic. That's the first step in analyzing traffic. And the next step is an analyzer. Now, this is where the real issues come in to which IDS or IPS you really want. The rules are what analyze that traffic. So you want a product that will give you a nice, pre-configured set of rules for all the common things, and then allow you to build your own rules. And frankly, that's where the real artistry comes in managing IDS and IPS, getting the rules just right. The odds that you'll have them exactly right immediately out of the box are very, very remote. There's a bit of an art to figuring out the appropriate rules to minimize false positives without allowing actual attacks to go through. Manager. Now, this isn't the human, this is the manager interface. For an open source product like Snort, that's just a command line window. Other commercial products have a nice GUI where you get to interact. Oddly enough, picking the right manager can be part of picking the right tool. Do you need a rich GUI interface, or are you fine with command line? If you're going for a GUI interface, what are the features you specifically want? These are things to look at when selecting an IDS or IPS. Events. That is anything that the IDS or IPS rules have determined is interesting, something you should look at. Now, that doesn't absolutely mean it is an attack. It means it could be. One good example would be an internal employee suddenly establishes a TLS connection to an outside IP address, and that is not normal for either that employee or that IP address. That could be data exfiltration. Of course, it could also be normal traffic that just hasn't happened before. It could be legitimate. So, looking at an event does not necessarily mean you have an attack. It means you have something that requires a little bit of analysis to determine what's happening. Now again, these are the components in any IDS or IPS, whether it's open source, whether it's command line, commercial, GUI, whatever it may be. So hopefully now you have a good understanding of IDS and IPS. And whichever particular solution you choose, it's a good idea to have ITS and IPS integrated in your security devices. Make sure that's part of your security defense strategy, just like firewall and just like antivirus.
Intrusion detection and prevention is one aspect of maintaining the utmost in security for a web application and its surrounding environment. So in order to detect intrusions, we need some kind of a way to ingest data and analyze it. Now this data, of course, would include things like logs from web servers, web app logs, performance metrics that might identify suspicious activity, all of that type of stuff. So we could also take a look at things like network traffic beyond the logs that we've discussed. And we need a way to filter out the noise. We need to reduce false positives, where a false positive states that there's a problem when in fact there is not. Maybe it's perfectly normal, for example, for the CPU on a web server to spike to 90% for 10 minutes during a peak time when there are multiple concurrent users using the web app. Maybe that's normal. But we need that normal baseline to determine that. Now, intrusion detection can also allow us to seek out indicators of compromise. This is where the normal baseline comparison to current performance metrics kicks in. Now, there are two primary intrusion detection types. There are those at the host level and then at the network level. At the host-based intrusion detection level, we're talking about detecting things like phishing email messages or malware infections, maybe suspicious files that are on removable media like USB thumb drives. We also want to be able to detect physical access to a device. For example, if someone gets physical access to a laptop computer or a desktop, they might be able to circumvent many security features, such as installing a hardware USB keylogger on a desktop computer. Of course, there would be potential software vulnerabilities if the software is not configured accordingly or patched on that host. So we need a solution that can detect all of these types of things. At the network level, we need to be able to detect unauthorized network access, unauthorized network scanning, such as having port scans occurring when they shouldn't be, or packet capturing occurring when it shouldn't be. We need a way to detect rogue wireless access points, which could allow malicious attackers to gain access to the network without physically being in the location, at least not too far away. So an intrusion detection system, or an IDS, can be host-based, where it can do file integrity monitoring, and app user behavior analytics to identify something that might look suspicious. Network-based intrusion detection systems would include sensors, which come in the form of software or specialized hardware appliances that need to be placed in the right place on the network to see the appropriate traffic flow. So there would be network traffic analysis, maybe even a wireless intrusion detection system or a WIDS solution. So an IDS then, based on host and network monitoring, can detect security incidents, log, alert, and notify. But an intrusion prevention system, or an IPS, has the same capabilities as a host-based intrusion detection system and a network-based intrusion detection system, so HIDS and NIDS, but it can also take steps to block attacks, and that's where an IPS differs from an IDS. So it can block based on things like IP addresses, DNS domain names. It can enable black hole routing for excessive traffic so that it ends up being discarded. Pictured on the screen, we have an example of a Snort IDS rule configuration. Snort is a free open-source intrusion detection system solution. In this case, it's running in Linux, although you can run Snort on Windows as well. And we're looking at the /etc/snort/rules/local.rules file, where we can define our own rules for what we think might be suspicious and what we want to do about it. Here it's going to generate an alert on the Snort device. If we have ICMP traffic from anywhere on our home network, then we're going to display or alert a message that says testing ICMP. Now, you don't have to build Snort rules manually all the time. There are thousands of rule files that are potentially available in the Snort community that are continuously being updated with the latest suspicious threats, and you can use them with your Snort IDS. So if we take a look at a diagram related to intrusion detection and prevention, let's say that we've got a target here, target computer, shown in the bottom left of our diagram. The attacker is shown over on the internet in the upper right of our diagram. Now, normally, most networks will have an exterior or perimeter firewall that links the internet to an interior firewall, between which we would have potentially a screened subnet, otherwise called a DMZ, a demilitarized zone. This is where an organization or an individual can publish public services, like a public website or a public mail server or whatever the case might be, something that should be available over the internet. But behind the interior firewall, is where we would have private services, maybe authentication servers and that type of thing. Now, we might have a network switch in which we've plugged in a network intrusion detection system. That means the switchboard, of course, would be configured to copy all switchboard traffic so that our network intrusion detection system would be able to see all of the traffic passing through the switch. And our intrusion detection system would then be configured with alert notifications if anything suspicious is detected. Bear in mind that what's suspicious for one organization on one network might be totally different than what would be considered suspicious or normal for a different organization. So these IDS rules need configuration and tweaking.
Data can also be protected by employing encryption. Encryption is basically the process of scrambling data so that it's unreadable unless someone has the proper key. Encryption can prevent an attacker, should they gain access to a system, from actually seeing the data. Encryption can be done both at rest and while data is in transit. Encrypting data at rest means to encrypt information on hard drives, removable media, and mobile devices. That way, if that device was breached or control was lost, someone who finds it or accesses it couldn't actually see the data. Encrypting data in transmit means that when the data is traveling across the network, it is encrypted before it is transmitted. So typically we encrypt data in transit across the public internet or across Wi-Fi networks. Now the data that is going to be encrypted is called the plain text. That's the term, doesn't mean it has to be text. It's encrypted using some type of technique known as an algorithm. The encryption algorithm requires a key to perform the encryption process. This creates the ciphertext, or the encrypted data. The ciphertext can be decrypted by using the algorithm and the key to recreate the plain text. Modern encryption algorithms use complex mathematical formulas and long numerical keys to make the process of cracking or breaking encryption very difficult. Encryption algorithms can be divided into two types, symmetric or asymmetric. Symmetric encryption algorithms are the strongest algorithms known, and they use the same key to both encrypt and decrypt the data. The weakness of symmetric encryption algorithms is key distribution. How is the key transmitted from one user to another in a secure fashion? Because if an attacker gets a hold of that key, then they can decrypt the data. Another category of encryption algorithms is called asymmetric. Asymmetric encryption involves two encryption keys that are mathematically related, so that what one key encrypts, only the other key decrypts. By taking one of those keys and holding it private, that's the secret key. I can take the other key and publicly distribute it. Then someone can use the public key to encrypt the message. That message can only be decrypted by the other key, which I hold privately. Asymmetric encryption is often used as a method of overcoming the key distribution problem. So for instance, when you access a secure website, the first encryption used, which is driven off of that digital certificate, is asymmetric. And then inside that encrypted session, or tunnel as it's called, a strong symmetrical encryption is chosen, and the key is created and communicated to both ends, and it's secure because it's being protected by that asymmetric encryption. This is really the heart of how technologies like SSL and TLS work. So encryption is an excellent way to protect data, whether it's in storage or whether it's traveling across the network.
We mentioned the importance of having encryption in your cloud environment, and your cloud provider may offer a number of encryption choices, but that doesn't remove the responsibility from you and your organization from being sure that data is properly encrypted, no matter where it's located, on-premise or cloud or otherwise. TLS is an obvious solution. anytime you're sending data out to the internet, because TLS does offer that end-to-end encryption, that tunnel, to connect you with another entity, in this case, the cloud provider. So when your device or application or user is sending data to this cloud server, use TLS. It makes a lot of sense, and it's not that difficult to set up in our current environment. The provider probably already has certificates to use, so you simply use their certificate and their public key to encrypt the key to encrypt your data. Send it off to them, let it get stored on the server, and then it can be encrypted physically on that disk as well. Also consider using a VPN for management. I'm going to have to log in to some kind of portal on their side to configure my infrastructure. Yes, it is in the cloud, but I still have my own configurations to put in place. And either using TLS or a VPN to gain access to those management consoles so that I can make my appropriate configuration changes. Once the data is on location, you're going to want some kind of disk encryption. Now, there are two different ways you can approach this. It depends on how much you trust your provider and how much capability your provider has in handling encrypted data. If you trust the provider and they have the tools in place, you can use these dedicated cloud encryption services that will encrypt the data once it's on that virtual machine. But if you're not sure that's good enough, or if you don't trust them, or if maybe they don't have that capability, you do the encryption ahead of time using your traditional encryption. Then you send it, and therefore it's still encrypted with the keys that you used locally. That does mean that your keys are going to be local, and you're going to have to use those local keys to do the decryption. Or you can take advantage, for at least the communication part, for the transmission between, take advantage of PKI. There's a number of internet-based certificate authorities that can help manage keys and manage certificates for a number of public entities. And then what do you do with the keys themselves? A lot of people think, well, I'll just store the key in the cloud. Well, you have to make sure that key is not too much associated with the device and data that's encrypting, because if I can get access to the key, I can decrypt all your data. So it's common practice to keep the key in a different physical network than where the data resides, which could mean a different cloud, or it could mean keeping the keys local in your own environment.
So symmetric encryption is the cryptography concept that focuses on providing you the benefit of confidentiality to ensure that third parties are unable to access the contents of your encrypted communications. Symmetric encryption is widely used both to encrypt data at rest as well as data in transit. And again, those means data in storage or data moving across a network link. Now, when it comes to symmetric encryption, there's a key word I want you to remember, and that is the word same. Because that's not only a synonym for symmetric, it's a good idea to remember it by. In that, symmetric encryption is a process of converting original data, which we call plain text, into its ciphertext version using a key, and then we use the same exact key to decrypt to convert back to plain text at the recipient end. So here, the key that encrypts and the key that decrypts are the same key. We use one singular key to perform both the encryption and decryption operations, and this is the core important component of symmetric cryptography. Therefore, remembering symmetric means same, and use of the same key is an essential component. Now, symmetric is our dominant encryption scheme. We use it because it's relatively fast. Now, it does take time and effort, but compared to other technologies like asymmetric, it is extremely fast, often 10 to 100,000 times faster, and therefore it's a hugely fast operation, although larger amounts of data will take noticeable time to encrypt. And it's also good for bulk encryption, in that it doesn't matter whether your data is small or large, whether you're talking about kilobytes or terabytes, symmetric encryption is typically the most efficient encryption scheme to use to encrypt any data of any size. So it's relatively fast and suitable for data of any size. Now, you would think this makes it the perfect solution, but it does not, because it has one singular important Achilles heel, and that's known as key distribution or key exchange. That if I'm having a communication between me and a communication receiver, I have to encrypt my data using a key, and they must also have that same key to decrypt. And getting them that key is itself the challenge. Symmetric on its own does not provide you a means by which to exchange that key securely. It just assumes you have an out-of-band key exchange method. Now, we do have those today. It's when we combine symmetric with asymmetric. And under asymmetric, we have two different technologies we can use here. We can either use the digital enveloping concept. That's where we make up a key on one side at random, and then envelope it using asymmetric systems to transmit it to the recipient. Or the other technique, another asymmetric technique, is using the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, where two partners talk to each other over plain text communications to generate keys on both sides. This is done in such a way that a middleman cannot eavesdrop on it and learn anything of value, but they can still make up a key that is the same on both sides and therefore usable as the key for symmetric encryption. So when we combine symmetric and asymmetric together, we have hybrid cryptography. And this is what we mostly use today. But if we're talking about symmetric by itself, it's an incomplete system. It's not scalable because it doesn't have that key exchange, key creation mechanism built into it. Now let's take a look at a few of the common examples of ciphers or algorithms. First off, we have the dominant one we use today, the Advanced Encryption Standard, AES. This was crafted by committee in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was ratified in December 2001, and now today it still remains our best top-shelf encryption that we use widely. It adopted the Rijndael block cipher as the algorithm that's used in this particular standard. Now, AES was the design replacement for a previous technology known as the Data Encryption Standard, DES, or DES. Now, DES was created back in the early 70s, roughly 1972, and remained our dominant encryption scheme to the mid-90s. About 1996, a research group had figured out how to perform a complete brute force attack against DES in about a 3-month time frame, which meant that DES was now crackable at a reasonable scale. And therefore, they scrambled and replaced this with the new AES. But AES took another 5 years to be finally ratified. And so there was a stopgap measure built, and that's known as triple DES. And that's a special application of the DES encryption 3 separate times. Now, this was a significant improvement over DES, but not good enough that you should choose to employ triple DES today. So DES and triple DES, you want to think of them as legacy solutions and typically avoid them if there are any other better options. And there almost always are today, with AES being the most likely one. Now, while AES ultimately was decided to use the Rijndael block cipher, the second algorithm that was in consideration was Twofish. Twofish is a derived algorithm from a previous product called Blowfish, both written by Bruce Schneier. Blowfish is well known for being part of the Secure Shell SSH encrypted command line and VPN remote utility, and Twofish was derived from Blowfish to be considered as the algorithm for AES, although Rijndael was selected instead of Twofish. The IDEA cipher, the International Data Encryption Algorithm, is a Swiss cryptography algorithm, and it is sometimes used, and it's a reasonably decent algorithm. And then we have RC4. This is Ron Rivest cipher number 4. This is the algorithm we know because of the original versions of wireless encryption use RC4. That's both the original WEP, Wired Equivalent Privacy, and WPA, Wi-Fi Protected Access. Both use RC4. Web's implementation is pretty problematic, and therefore you should avoid it. WPA was the proper implementation of RC4, but still today you wouldn't choose to use RC4 under WPA because our computational efforts of most computers today can now overcome that in about half a day. And so for wireless encryption, we move up to WPA2, which doesn't use AES as our dominant concept there. In fact, today we use AES in most of our communications when it's encrypted. If you're doing email encryption, you're probably using AES. If you're using Wi-Fi encryption, you're using WPA2, which is using AES. If you're using file encryption, whether it be file by file, like NTFS's EFS encryption file system, that's using AES. Or if you're using whole drive encryption with Microsoft's BitLocker, or using VeraCrypt or FileVault, those all use AES. They may support other options as well, but AES is usually the dominant and the default encryption scheme. So today, AES is our most likely used encryption algorithm, and so far it's held up really well and has lots of future likelihood of being a reliable tool into the future. So symmetric encryption is a bulk encryptor. It's relatively fast. It uses the key to encrypt and decrypt must be the same key. Now, a few other minor items. We typically don't want to use a key more than once. And so if we use it to encrypt one file, or encrypt one message, or we have one transaction, like one web page visit, we want to use that key for that one event, and then when that event is over, throw the key away, and the next time we need a key, make up a brand new key the next time. This reduces the chance of a bad guy figuring out our key because of repeated reuse. So we use a key once and then we throw it away. And this is another reason why we have to have hybrid encryption employment today, is because we're constantly having to remake up new keys and then exchange them with communication partners, and that's a challenging thing to do without hybrid encryption involved. So symmetric encryption, bulk encryption, relatively fast, and we use the same key at both ends, but still has this key exchange concern to worry about. So asymmetric cryptography is our second major category of crypto. Asymmetric is commonly referred to as public key crypto, and that's usually fine, but it's important to remember that as we looked at our cryptography family tree, there actually are two divisions of asymmetric. One we're going to call public key cryptography because it deals with two keys or key pair set comprised of the public key and the private key. And the second division we're calling formula-based asymmetric because it's simply a set of mathematical formulas that solve various problems using asymmetric mathematics, but not actually using asymmetric keys themselves. Now, with the symmetric concept, we talked about the keyword of same. Well, asymmetric also has its own keyword, which is the word different. Because under asymmetric, we either use different keys for different purposes, or we use different technologies that don't involve keys at all. So looking at the public key cryptography concept first, we have a public key and a private key pair set. These are derived these days based upon prime numbers. Generally, the private key is directly derivative of a prime number, and then from that initial number we derive the public key using special asymmetric algorithms. This makes the two keys related to each other in type of a yin-yang concept, where if I use one of the keys for one purpose, I must use the opposite key in the pair set to undo it. So if I encrypt with the private, I must decrypt with the public, or if I invert that and encrypt with the public, I must decrypt with the private. Now we'll explore this in detail as we discuss the idea of digital signatures, which are built with a private key, and digital envelopes built with the public key. So depending on which key you start with, you have different functions, and they provide different benefits. Whatever key we use to encrypt, we must use the different key to decrypt. And so this is definitely a different concept from the way symmetric works. Symmetric is nice and easy because every lock in the physical world works in this way. The key that locks it is the same key that unlocks it. But in asymmetric mathematics and asymmetric cryptography, that is not the case. The key that locks is a different key than the one that unlocks it. Now, asymmetric mathematics became public knowledge in the late 70s, while symmetric's been around for a few thousand years. So it's a much younger concept overall, mathematics-wise. And in fact, a lot of asymmetric mathematics cannot even function without the use of high-speed modern-day computers. And to that end, asymmetric is much slower and much more cumbersome to operate. It also means that the amount of data we encrypt must be much, much, much smaller. Symmetric was fast and suitable for bulk encryption. Asymmetric is slow and only suitable for small amounts of data. And as a rule of thumb that I follow, usually under 2048 bits. 2K, that's about the maximum size you'd ever directly encrypt using an asymmetric public key or private key tool. And we'll look at how we use those properly as we discuss digital signatures and digital envelopes, where we want to sign or encrypt some large data. We can still do so in a hybrid environment using both symmetric and asymmetric together to accomplish the goal. We'll use the strengths of each of these two tools in order to compensate for the weaknesses of each other's tools. So much slower and not able to encrypt as much data as symmetric. Now each key in the key pair set relates to each other, and either key can be used to encrypt or decrypt, but only when paired with the opposite function of its key pair. Again, if I encrypt with one, I can only decrypt with the other. Each key's encryption is for itself a one-way function. And in fact, this is often called a trapdoor one-way function, in that the key itself, let's just say, for example, the private key, its encryption is a one-way operation for itself. It cannot undo its own encryption. But the other key in the pair set, the public key, is the trapdoor to undo the one-wayness of the private key's encryption. And that works in one way. It also works in the opposite way, where the public key's one-way encryption can be undone by the trapdoor of the private key. This is astounding concept in mathematics, that this complicated relationship works not just in one direction, but in both directions. That's the beauty of asymmetric mathematics. Now, for the most part, we have a single dominant algorithm we use for public key, and that is RSA. RSA is named after the three gentlemen, Revest, Shamir, and Adelman, who came up with this idea in the late 70s. RSA was made publicly published back in 1977. And it was the first publicly known public key algorithm. They were only beat by 1 year by the first asymmetric algorithm, which was a formula-based system called Diffie-Hellman, which came out in 1976. Now, RSA is the concept we use today for public keys and private keys, signatures, envelopes, and digital certificates. And again, we'll be discussing all these in detail shortly. But Diffie-Hellman is a solution that solves the symmetric key exchange problem. It is effectively a key generation or key exchange tool, and that's what it does. And this came out in 1976, and when it first was released, it was actually patented. And so for 17 years, because that was the length of patents in the US in the 1970s, you had to get a license to use Diffie-Hellman. Another group crafted a similar product called El-Gamal, which was public domain, and therefore you could use El-Gamal for free or pay a license to use Diffie-Hellman, but that was only true until 1994. And once the patent expired for Diffie-Hellman, most systems flipped over to using Diffie-Hellman because it was the slightly better product, and it's the dominant one we still use today. Although we do improve upon Diffie-Hellman, we don't use the original DH as it was defined in 1976. We now use either a version called Diffie-Hellman Ephemeral, where we've improved the randomness of the core components, or the next generation called elliptical curve Diffie-Hellman Ephemeral, which we've made it even more complex in terms of preventing predictability and reuse of keys. This brings up the EC, or elliptical curve mathematics. This is the next generation of cryptographic mathematics, which will be solving our crypto concerns into the future. We are just now beginning to see some of its use, and the most common place you see it today is improving upon Diffie-Hellman. There's one last one in here in this list, which is DSA. This stands for the Digital Signature Algorithm, although it's also sometimes listed as DSS, the Digital Signature Standard. And really all this implies is that you're going to be using RSA as your public key technology, and then you're going to be using Secure Hash Algorithm, SHA, as your hashing algorithm, combined together to perform digital signatures. So DSA or DSS simply involves the use of RSA and SHA for your operations of digital signatures. So asymmetric is relatively slow. It is also going to be encrypting only small amounts of data, but the main benefit of it is the ability to create secure communications across a previously plain text insecure medium. Because the private key and the public key pair sets are designed so you can take the public key and exchange it freely and in plain text openly with anyone else in the universe. The public key is for the public. All the good guys and all the bad guys can have the public key. The private key, however, must be kept to yourself so that you retain the private key so that no one can use it other than you, but then everyone else can use the public key. And because of this, we can initiate secure conversations over an initial plain text transaction, because I can send you my public key in plain text, then you can use it to create a digital envelope, send me something secure, such as a symmetric key, and we can then use the symmetric key from this point forward to then perform back and forth secure communications. This is the foundation of both email encryption and TLS encryption and VPN encryption. So asymmetric is an important concept of cryptography and our second main division from our crypto family tree. Let's walk through an example of hybrid cryptography, hybrid encryption, which is using both symmetric and asymmetric combined together to communicate between two systems. So let's take a look at that now. So here we have user A and user B. User A has a communication he wants to send over to user B, which in this case is the message of hello. They will then make up a random symmetric key, and they will then use that symmetric key to encrypt the message, resulting in our encrypted ciphertext shown here. Then user A will grab user B's public key, and once they have that public key, they will then use it to encrypt the symmetric key they just got through using in what is known as a digital envelope. And so now we have in black the encrypted message, and in blue the envelope symmetric key. This now is the message that is sent across the transport link over to user B. So user B now has possession of the encrypted message and the enveloped symmetric key. User B now grabs their private key, which is the opposite key of the pair set, and therefore is able to unlock the public key encryption with their private key to reveal the symmetric secret key that the user A had first employed. They now take user A's shared same symmetric key, and they decrypt the message to reveal the communication of the message of hello. Let's talk about some of the practical uses of encryption that you may encounter on a daily basis but not realize it's actually taking place. So let's say that you happen to have a desktop machine sitting there at work, and here you're going to have some type of a storage device where you'll be keeping your records locally. There are at least two different ways of doing device encryption. One is known as file encryption, and an example of that is the encryption file system EFS that is part of the Microsoft Windows NTFS file system, which encrypts one single file at a time. You can encrypt entire sets of files pretty easily with the encryption file system. You've also got drive encryption, sometimes called whole drive or whole disk encryption, where the entire system as a whole is encrypted all at one time. Again, looking at an example from Microsoft, there is a concept called BitLocker that can be used to encrypt the entire hard drive, although there also are plenty of third-party products, both commercial and free, available as well. You might look into a concept called VeraCrypt, if you'd like to see an open source free solution for whole drive encryption. But that's storage encryption. We also end up using a lot of encryption for communications. If we are going to be communicating with some server across some network link, well, we could use any number of communication systems here. The most common these days, in the past we called SSL, although today we more likely call it TLS. SSL stands for Secure Sockets Layer. The new term is Transport Layer Security. We've replaced SSL with TLS and have been using it dominantly for well over a decade. And in late 2016, SSL fell finally to a real-time attack, so that all versions of SSL should no longer be supported by your environment. You should basically have it turned off by default now, and only using TLS, Transport Layer Security. Although you will often hear us still say SSL security, SSL encryption, SSL protected connections, because SSL has become a generic term, much like the way we use Kleenex generically to mean facial tissue. We use SSL generically to refer to TLS in many cases still today. And that's partly because the use from the end user's perspective didn't really change. We were still having to put an HTTPS in front of our URL prefixes, and whether we were using SSL or TLS didn't really matter because our use of the web, at least, was not changed when that transition occurred a decade ago. Now, we have lots of other things we might use encryption for in network communications. Kerberos, for example, is an authentication technology which encrypts all communications between devices as they're authenticating and the main component called the KDC, the Key Distribution Center. We also use encryption quite frequently relationships to VPNs, virtual private networks. Whether we are connecting to offices or a remote client like telecommuting, we'll use VPN, and there's lots of VPN protocols, one of which is IPsec, IP security, which are the features of IP version 6 crafted into an add-on package for IP version 4. We also have oftentimes when we use encryption for client-to-client communications, such as when we want to have instant messaging, chatting. That's often now done over an encrypted channel. Likewise, email is almost always sent, at least at some level, in an encrypted form. Maybe not always completely end-to-end, but in most cases we enable TLS encryption of our email links between our client and our email server. And you can also use email encryption tools such as SMIME, if you want to go with a standard, or PGP, Pretty Good Privacy, to go with a proprietary solution, where you encrypt your email before you even send it. So even though it may traverse across plain text network protocols in some cases, the payload itself is encrypted, therefore still getting the protection that you might need. So as you can see, encryption is quite common throughout. We use encryption for client-to-client communications, such as when we want to have instant messaging, chatting. That's often now done over an encrypted channel. Likewise, email is almost always sent, at least at some level, in an encrypted form. Maybe not always completely end-to-end, but in most cases we enable TLS encryption of our email links between our client and our email server. And you can also use email encryption tools such as SMIME, if you want to go with a standard, or PGP, Pretty Good Privacy, to go with a proprietary solution, where you encrypt your email before you even send it. So even though it may traverse across plain text network protocols in some cases, the payload itself is encrypted, therefore still getting the protection that you might need. So as you can see, encryption is quite common throughout the operations of most modern day private network communications and public internet communications as well. And so as you begin to continue using the network that you're maybe constructing or improving in your organization, and as you use the internet itself, pay attention to where encryption comes up. An important use of hashing is whenever you download a file from an online site, it's a way for you to verify that the file that you ultimately end up with on your local file system is exactly what the site was offering you. So let's take a look at doing that process now. So here I visited a website called Kali.org. This is the organization known as Offensive Security, and this is their website offering you access to their Linux build. We're going to click in their Downloads button and go and see that they offer a variety of different types of download versions of their Linux build. And I have already downloaded this final one because it's one of the smaller options. And I see here at the bottom, they do give us what is known as the hash value. Looking at the top of the column, we see this is a SHA-256 sum. And so we're going to be doing a secure hash algorithm, 256-bit hash, in order to calculate to see what the file was that I downloaded. So here I have the tool called HashCalc. This is one of my favorite tools for this job because it has a variety of hashes functions built into it, about 12 or so. And so I've selected to only perform a hash 256 of SHA-256 calculation for us. I'm going to go select the Linux file I downloaded and then click Calculate. Now sometimes this can take quite a bit of time. This should only take a few seconds for us here. This size is not even quite a gig, and so yes, it's already completed. And now we want to compare the hash that was calculated from the file on my local storage device to the file hash that the website claims it should be. And I can see that the first few characters, EFB6F, are the same, and the last handful of characters of AA5F5 are the same in both cases. Now, I would need to look at every single character to be completely and totally accurate, but usually checking the first 5 and the last 5 are usually enough in most cases to indicate that you have a matching hash, at least from your own human perspective. That's close enough. And therefore, we've just verified that the hash value of the file that I've downloaded matches the hash value of the file they were offering, and thus the transfer to my local machine was not corrupted or interrupted in any way, and thus I downloaded exactly what it was they were offering. Now, it's important to keep in mind this does not prove that the file is trustworthy or is without malicious code or without bugs or flaws in the coding. It just means that whatever they were offering, that exact file is exactly what I ended up downloading. So checking the hash value of files you download is a way to help verify that your transmission process wasn't changed or corrupted in that operation. So let's take another look about how hashing works. So as we've said, hashing is a one-way process where input data is then run through the hashing algorithm to produce a derived hash value from it. Again, it doesn't convert the input into the hash, it derives it from it. So the input stays where it was before. Now we could use this idea as a way to store secrets. Say, for example, we have some information that we would like to store, and then from time to time in the future provide that information again to check to see if we have the same information. Now let's be clear here, we're not really storing it in a way we can retrieve it later, like hiding a box under the stairs you can get back in a few years. This is a one-way operation. So if I hash my secret and I only keep the hash value, then I will have a representation of that secret, the hash. But I will not have the secret itself any longer once I throw the original away. Let's say we use this to, say, store a phrase of some sort. Later on, if I want to check that I still have the same phrase or verify someone else knows the phrase, they would provide the phrase, it would then be hashed, and we would then compare the stored hash versus the now provided hash. If they match, then we know they provided the correct duplicate phrase. And if they don't match, then we know that the two phrases being offered, the first one and now the second one, are not quite the same. So again, we're not really storing things in a reversible manner when we store things using hashes, but it is allowing us to store things in such a way we can confirm whether or not the newer version is the same as the original version. So again, remember, hashing is a one-way function. It's mostly there to protect integrity, although we can use it in some cases to store information. So one of the more common practical applications of the mechanism of storing secrets using hashing, and then in turn using the hash check for integrity concept, is about password storage. So when you define a password, a secure system will take that password, run it through a hashing algorithm, and only retain the hashing value itself in the account database. Now in the future, when you come back to your client machine to log in, and you type in your password characters, those characters that you typed in are going to be hashed, and then the hash is then sent to the authentication service. The authentication service will retrieve your stored password hash from the original definition of your password and compare that to the current hash you just provided. And if the two hashes match, then you're authenticated. If they don't match, you're not authenticated because it assumes that you typed in the wrong password because of that. Now what this means is that you're not actually being authenticated by the characters you type in on the keyboard. Instead, you're being authenticated by the hash produced from the characters that you typed in. Now why do we store passwords in this way? Because of the one-way nature of hashing. Since you can't take a hash value and revert it directly back into the original value. And since hashes do not contain the passwords, you can't reverse. Therefore, that's a huge benefit to us. But the downside is that there is a method of compromise of this technique. And it's not because hashing itself is flawed, it's due to the nature of the size of our passwords. Most passwords today are still probably less than 12 characters in most cases, and most of us still pick simple passwords, lowercase letters only, or maybe a single uppercase or a single number, and this just doesn't make for much complexity. So what hackers can do is make up potential passwords as input, hash them using the same hashing algorithm as you to make a bunch of potential hashes, and then compare the compromised target hash of yours to the ones they've made up until they find a match. And if they do find a match, they've just performed password cracking. You can think of this as a form of reverse engineering of the password hash. Again, they're not reversing the hash directly. That would be a decryption-like function, which you cannot do in hashing. But because they can go through a variety of options of input to try to find your particular hash output, there's a chance they might be successful. And if they are, your password will be compromised. It's this reason you need to make sure your passwords are relatively long and more complex. If you can take my recommendations, I would make your passwords at least 16 characters long and have at least uppercase, lowercase, and numbers in every password, and if possible, symbols as well. This will help reduce the chance that password cracking is the method by which your passwords are compromised. So password storage is often done via hashing because it's not reversible and relatively secure. So one of the applications of hybrid cryptography, or when we use a PKI solution, a public key infrastructure cryptography solution, is the ability to create digital signatures. A digital signature has the main goal or objective of verifying that a particular communication came from a specific sender and that message wasn't changed or corrupted in transit. Ultimately, this helps you prove integrity, authenticity of the sender, and you gain non-repudiation over the sender. So the basics of this is that you would take the original message, run it through a hashing algorithm to produce the hash of the message, and then we would take the sender's private key and encrypt just the hash. Therefore, this private key encrypted hash is now the digital signature that we then add to or send with the original message. Now let's keep in mind, remember that hashing doesn't change the message. So when I hash the message stays unchanged, and I make a new data set, the hash value, separately. We then take the hash value, encrypt that with the sender's private key to make the thing that is the digital signature. It's a separate item that goes along with the original message. Now the purpose of the digital signature is to prove where it came from, and to prove that in transit it didn't change. The recipient can now use the sender's public key to verify the signature by extracting the original hash. They will then use the sender's public key to unlock the sender's private key encryption to pull that hash value out. They're then able to use their hashing algorithm locally to hash what the data was they received and then compare the before and after hashes. If these two hashes are the same, this proves integrity, which in turn means they are using the correct public key of the sender that verifies the authenticity of the sender. And then that in turn, because the public key was verified, we now know which private key was used, and that proves that the sender is who they are. And therefore the recipient gains non-repudiation over the sender. So one of the applications of hybrid cryptography, or when we use a PKI solution, a public key infrastructure cryptography solution, is the ability to create digital signatures. A digital signature has the main goal or objective of verifying that a particular communication came from a specific sender and that message wasn't changed or corrupted in transit. Ultimately, this helps you prove integrity, authenticity of the sender, and you gain non-repudiation over the sender. So the basics of this is that you would take the original message, run it through a hashing algorithm to produce the hash of the message, and then we would take the sender's private key and encrypt just the hash. Therefore, this private key encrypted hash is now the digital signature that we then add to or send with the original message. Now let's keep in mind, remember that hashing doesn't change the message. So when I hash the message stays unchanged, and I make a new data set, the hash value, separately. We then take the hash value, encrypt that with the sender's private key to make the thing that is the digital signature. It's a separate item that goes along with the original message. Now the purpose of the digital signature is to prove where it came from, and to prove that in transit it didn't change. The recipient can now use the sender's public key to verify the signature by extracting the original hash. They will then use the sender's public key to unlock the sender's private key encryption to pull that hash value out. They're then able to use their hashing algorithm locally to hash what the data was they received and then compare the before and after hashes. If these two hashes are the same, this proves integrity, which in turn means they are using the correct public key of the sender. Let's take a detailed look about how we can implement the idea known as a digital signature. A digital signature is created using the sender's private key, the sender's private key. So if we have two entities such as Bob and Alice, who are going to be having a communication, we will give Bob a private key that belongs to him, and then we'll have his public key shared between him and Alice. Likewise, Alice can have her own private key and her public key shared between her and Bob. So here are our initial parameters. So let's say that Bob has a message he wishes to sign and send the signed message over to Alice. Generally, the private key encryption, which is again asymmetric public key cryptography, is too slow and difficult to perform encryption on large data items like a typical message. So we need a smaller version of that, and that's achieved by taking a hash calculation of the data set, the message. And so let's say this represents the hash of this message. Now that we have the smaller value that represents the message, we can now encrypt the smaller value to create a digital signature. And again, a digital signature is created using the sender's private key. So he takes Bob, who's the sender, take his private key, and this will be used to encrypt that hash value into this item, which I draw with a box with X's in it, to represent the digital signature itself. And so we see that the digital signature is a separate entity from the message. We then send the message and the digital signature over to our recipient, in this case, Alice. Now, along the way, because the message wasn't encrypted itself, it's still in plain text. Therefore, there's a possibility of it being intercepted and looked at by someone else. And therefore, it's important to remember that digital signature does not provide for confidentiality protection. So when Alice receives this, she must then unpack the items that were sent to her by Bob. So she needs to take a calculation of what it is she received, produce her own hash value. She needs to take the sender's public key, in this case Bob, and use it to decrypt the signature to extract the original hash value that Bob had calculated. And then using the exclusive OR Boolean operation, compare the two hash values. If every position in each of the two hashes being compared ends the same, then those positions become a 0. So if the overall value of the XOR is a 0 itself, then that means the two hashes, the before and the after hash, are exactly the same, and thus the integrity of the message was maintained. So this proves integrity. Now, since integrity was just verified, it meant that we used the correct public key to extract the hash from the signature, and thus this then is authentication of the source. And because this in turn proves that Bob's public key unlocked the signature, which was created using Bob's private key, because the only key in the universe that would unlock Bob's private key is the public key and vice versa. So this proves Bob's private key was used to create the signature in the first place. Therefore, Bob cannot deny having done it. Therefore, that gives us non-repudiation. So a digital signature gives us the benefit of integrity, authentication of the sender, and non-repudiation of the sender. So this is what a digital signature is.
So in this video, let's explore how encryption can be used to secure mobile applications. Well, encryption is the process of encoding data using encryption keys, and this allows information to be kept secret, and it converts plain text into what's known as ciphertext. Now, the components involved are the plain text, so that's the original message. We've got the cryptographic system that's going to be used to encrypt the data, and along with that, we have the cipher. Now, ciphertext is the encrypted plain text. Now, the keys involved here, we can have one that's used for encryption and also one that's used for decryption. Now, encryption in a symmetric system uses the same key to encrypt and decrypt the data. So we go from plain text to ciphertext and back from ciphertext to plain text by using the exact same encryption key. Now, the secret key is known by the sender and the recipient. Now, with asymmetric encryption, also known as public key encryption, now this is more secure than symmetric encryption, and the reason being is that it uses two different mathematically related keys. So we have a private key and a public key. And this protects communication between two parties, and it also detects tampering of data. So we verify that the data has not been modified during transit. And we also incorporate authentication into this type of encryption to confirm the sender's identity. Now, with public key, this is known to others. So we have the sender, and they're sending plain text, and the recipient's public key is used to encrypt the data, which then turns it into ciphertext. And then the recipient's private key is what's used to decrypt the data back to plain text so that the recipient can then use it. Now, that private key is known only by the owner. Now, Android approaches encryption in a couple of ways. We can do what's known as full disk encryption, and that's available in Android 5 and up. And so it's a password-protected single key, and it protects the entire user data partition, and credentials have to be entered in order to use the device. Now, the only thing is it impacts functionality a little bit, so that when you go to use your device, not all functions might not be available right away. You think about your lock screen, sometimes you can set up, your calendar, alarms, and so on, but until you actually sign into the device, you can't actually access any of this functionality, including calls. There's also file-based encryption, in which we can encrypt specific files. Now, this is available in Android 7 and up, whereby we're encrypting different files with different keys. And this performs what's known as a direct boot. So it boots straight to the lock screen. And in this case, you can use things like alarms, calendars, make calls, and so on. iOS approaches encryption a little bit differently. It uses what's known as a keychain, and it's used to manage smaller pieces of data. So things like passwords or 256-bit AES encryption on Apple's cloud servers. Now, it also involves using a device key and a user passcode. And iOS provides an API that we can use for encryption, and some of the key methods that we can use with keychain are sec-item add, sec-item update, sec-item copy matching, and sec-item delete. There's also the Data Protection API. Now, this tries to simplify the process of storing user data in files or keychain items, and it specifies that certain data be only accessible when the device is unlocked. And so we mark protected files or keychain items using constants. As well, the Data Protection API classes are distinguished by whether the class protects files or keychain items, and when data protected by the class is to be made available, always versus unlocked only. And at the root is the user ID key and user passcode. Now, passcode key is preserved in memory until the device is locked, and the user ID key is used to encrypt a static byte string to generate the device key. And the device key is then used to encrypt file protection class keys. And the passcode key is also used to encrypt some file protection class keys. So in this video, we've explored encryption and how it can be applied to mobile devices to secure data.
In this video, I'll discuss encryption and multi-factor authentication and how businesses can use them to protect information. How do we keep our information secure? Is it the responsibility of the owner of the information or the organization that collects and stores it? Well, according to the Cloud Security Alliance, customers are ultimately responsible for protecting their data in the cloud, referring to customers of cloud providers, so ultimately organizations using the cloud. They go on to say that the best protection against data breaches is an effective security program, and that two security measures that can help companies stay secure in the cloud are multi-factor authentication and encryption. So let's take a look at both methods. They've both been around for a long time, and they're established methods of information protection. Encryption is a well-known and perhaps not very well understood method for protecting data in transit. Modern computing requires that the strength of encryption should be at least 256 bits, bits being the unit used to measure the length of an encryption key, which is used to encrypt and decrypt data. On the other hand, we have a relatively new concept known as multi-factor authentication, newer than encryption anyway. And while it's been around for years, it's gaining more and more uses as organizations work to keep information secure. Multi-factor authentication has proven to be effective as a method for providing better data protection and reducing breaches. Here's a graphic example of how encryption works. On the right-hand side, you have a user with a laptop on a wireless connection. That user has requested a file from the system on the right, which represents a server behind a firewall. When the server serves up the file, it's what's commonly called plain text, information that's not encrypted. But before the file is sent over, software is used to encrypt the file using a public key that utilizes strong encryption, anything 256 bits or higher. That encrypted file is sent over the internet, and when it arrives at the requester's destination, the file is decrypted with what's known as a private key, which the user has. The user can now read the file, and no one in the transfer process could see the file because it was encrypted during transit. Now, you don't need to get too caught up in public and private keys, except to say the process is usually transparent, meaning the user doesn't actually have to intervene with a key unless the file is password protected. Now, you're probably familiar with multi-factor authentication, also known as MFA, even if you didn't know what it was called, because it's become clear to many providers of web services, especially those containing sensitive information like personal details and account numbers, that they need to do more to protect user information. In multi-factor authentication, the user with the laptop on the right logs into their account in this example, using their password for the account. The server on the left has been configured to use multi-factor authentication and sends a text message via SMS to the user's cell phone number associated with the account. The message includes a code, usually numeric, and that user has to enter it in order to gain access to their account online. The code has a limited lifespan, usually a couple of minutes, before it becomes unusable, and the user has to request another code if they haven't logged in by that time. The SMS example is just one form of MFA. There are authenticator apps that generate a code every minute. You can request a code via another method like a voice message or email, but the principle is the same regardless of the method. So using these two methods, forced encryption and MFA, have greatly strengthened modern data access and made information protection more reliable. And they're methods utilized by cloud providers to provide an added level of security to ensure your information remains safe.
Hardening is a very important process that we use to secure our organizations. Hardening is effectively the process by which we secure and lock down our software, our systems, our individual applications, or the entire organization. Its two main parts: the idea of removing anything that's not a business requirement, anything that's not needed for a business function should be disabled or removed, and that whatever remains should be locked down to the best of your ability. This ends up causing a bit of a conflict to worry about, and that is a type of relationship between security and usability. You want to make sure you find a good balance between these two, because as you lock down and make things more secure, you're likely going to have less usability. As we increase usability or allow it to exist, we're likely going to have less security. And this is a balancing act, a bit of a yin-yang kind of situation. Now, one example of this is that whenever you have a new machine, a new system, and it comes with defaults, as all systems do, if you leave it at the defaults, you'll probably have high usability but low security. Then as you begin to change those defaults to get more secure, in order to comply with your own organizational security requirements, you'll increase security while you're reducing usability. But you can also take this too far to change the defaults so much that it actually stops functioning properly. So we have to find a proper balance. And this is part of the act of understanding how to do good security management. It's not just that hardening for hardening's sake, but hardening to give us enough security that we can protect ourselves against the expected types of compromises and downtimes, but also enough usability so that workers can still accomplish their work tasks. So what is hardening? It's finding the right balance between security and usability.
In this video, we're going to talk about defense in depth. So let's get started. Defense in depth is a concept in which you have multiples of defensive security controls implemented to protect the data and applications in the network. Because of the sophistication of threats is increasing day by day, and therefore it is not possible in most cases for one security control to protect the assets. You need to build a layer of defense, and this layer of defense is known as the defense in depth. you have to apply security at all levels within the network. You will have to protect your data. You will have to protect the applications and then the host and the network and even the physical environment. The core intent of defense in depth is to slow down the attack, because what happens is when the threat actor breaks through the first layer, then there is a second layer which will sort of halt that threat actor for some time, or maybe even close the attack at that point itself. Now, this concept of defense in depth came from military, because military used that approach, and they would have one battalion, then there would be a second one, then there would be third and the fourth. So there were multiple layers of soldiers who would protect the main asset from the attack. Now, in defense in depth, like I said, when one security control fails and the attacker or the threat actor moves to the next level of security control, that is where the second security control protects the asset. Then, even if that one fails, then there is a third one that is there to protect the asset. Now, defense in depth does not only work with the technical control, it can use administrative, physical, and technical controls. So, all three can be combined in terms of protecting the asset. For example, there could be a firewall, then there would be another encrypted transmission of data on the network. Then there is an anti-malware, which is a centralized server which is watching over all the system. Or there could be an intrusion prevention system. Then, when you come to the host level, then there is an anti-malware client and encryption applied. So there are different layers of controls that have been implemented. Let's now look at the pictorial view of defense in depth. So how does this defense in depth get implemented? On the outermost layer, you have policies and procedures. When you talk about policies and procedures, you have risk management process, incident management process. Then you have the audits, you have the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, and you also have the user awareness trainings. Then comes the next layer, which is the physical layer. When you talk about the physical security, you have the CCTV cameras, fences, bollards, and now, even if somebody breaches to this particular point, then comes the network security, which is the next layer. You have the firewall, sandboxing, intrusion detection system, intrusion prevention system, and monitoring, and then you also have the alerts. Then you come to the host level, which is the second innermost layer, and there you would have the patching, antivirus updates, stopping the unwanted services. Then you also have put access control on the data. So who needs to access the data and who does not need to access the data? You define that using the access control system. Then comes the innermost layer, which is the data and application. Because applications are there, then you have updates and patches on those applications, and to protect the data, you have the encryption. Let's now talk about the layered physical security. Let's look at the historical view. So good old times, there is a big castle that contains important assets that need to be protected. You protect the castle with layered physical security. So the castle is located on a steep hill. It is surrounded by a wide moat, and the castle is built with thick concrete walls which can take a lot of attacks, and then it is protected with a heavy large door. So there are different layers of security that has been implemented. Somebody has to first climb the steep hill, then they have to cross the wide moat, then they have to break through the concrete walls, or they have to basically break through the heavy large door. It is difficult for the attacking army to make their way through, to go inside the castle, because you have a lot of these different layers of security. Therefore, it makes it difficult for the invading army to invade the castle or get inside the castle. Now, the overall concept of defense in depth is built on the same concept, where you lay down multiple layers of security controls to protect your network, protect your facility, and the assets. We had initially talked about this same case study in the Layers of Physical Security video in the course named Managing Physical Security Risks. Therefore, we have reconnected back the layered physical concept to the defense in depth. Now, just to recap, in this particular video, we had talked about defense in depth, which is the use of several defensive security controls to protect the data, applications, and the network. Then we also looked at the pictorial view of defense in depth. So at the outer side, you have the policies and procedures, then comes the physical security, then the network security, then comes the host security, and at the end, in the innermost circle, you have the data and the application that need to be protected. Then at the end, we also looked at the historical view of layered physical security and how it relates back to defense in depth.
And just imagine you coding away, not paying attention, all of a sudden it just hits you strong, hits you hard, and hits you fast. And it's not possible to be ready for something like that, man. It's just not. It's brutal. Especially when it's like a surprise attack. Oh man. Forgot who I thought that was.
Well, hopefully at this point in your security career, you're familiar with the CIA triad, our three security goals: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And one of the security principles that we use to help assure this CIA is to implement security controls that provide defense in depth, or DID. Defense in depth is also referred to as a layered defense. And using the least privilege principle and defense in depth principles is a function of due care. Defense in depth should be systematically planned and designed with an outward in or inward out approach. This layered defense can be applied to physical security or technical controls, and can technically be deployed physically or virtually. In other words, it could be a single appliance with multiple integrated engines operating on the datagram or the packet with an order of processing, or it could be multiple devices in a row. Here's a defense in depth model from the Department of Homeland Security. Here we're looking at technical controls or technical defense in depth, not physical. And also realize from a zero trust perspective, some of these controls will be outdated. Some will need to be updated, hardware, firmware, and software, to adhere to the zero trust initiative. So for example, at the perimeter or the edge, we have our perimeter firewall, intrusion detection, intrusion prevention. We have a secure public access zone or a DMZ where our public-facing servers are.
You are watching a frog all night, bro. Are you done yet with that app? You done yet? I should just start asking you that every day. Hey, you done yet? Have you finished that app yet? Embracing that neat life. You're a neat, bruh. You're a neat, David. Why am I talking like I'm black? That's crazy. I gotta start talking more Polish. How do I become more Polish?
You have security of different types of messaging and communication channels, such as voice over IP, instant messaging, and others. We'll deploy honeypots and honey nets, data loss prevention. And as I mentioned, this is from DHS. They have their automated DHS Einstein service. We have a wide variety of network solutions, such as network admission control, web proxies, enterprise wireless security, and remote access. We also have data loss prevention. We have endpoint security. This could be desktop firewalls, host-based IPS, content security suites for antivirus, anti-malware, patch management, and tools such as next-generation endpoint detection and response. Application security with static and dynamic application testing, code review, secure coding methods, database secure gateways and database activity monitors, web application firewalls. And we have data security. DAR is data at rest protection, usually AES 128 or 256. We have enterprise rights management. That could be digital rights management, DRM, or information rights management, IRM. We have encryption, identity and access management, public key infrastructure, and other tools. We also have policy management, which is there for prevention, such as risk management, penetration testing, vulnerability assessment, threat modeling, security policies and compliance, and a security architecture and design. And monitoring and response, digital forensics, SIEM and SOAR systems, security dashboards, and our Security Operations Center, all of these working in line, in depth, in layers to protect our mission-critical assets. Here we see Microsoft's point of view of defense in depth. At the center, we have our cloud services and virtual machines. That would be our Azure deployments. Then we have our virtual machine firewall. After that, we have network security groups, NSGs, and access control lists. We have our virtual network isolation with web application firewalls running on network load balancers and specifically defending against distributed denial of service over the internet. So when we think about defense in depth in our Azure network, we have to consider all of the security controls that we can use from the cloud to protect our resources. We have to also consider all the methods that we're using to access and connect to resources in the cloud from all of our various locations. In the next lesson, we'll talk about some common threats, other exploits beyond just distributed denial of service.
So not only the wired networks have threats and they have security issues, but it is the wireless network which is also prone to multiple types of threats. And of course, then there are various types of mitigation methods that can be used. So let's now look at some of these threats and how they can be mitigated. So first one is var driving. So in this type of attack, you simply roam around in a car across the streets and in the market and trying to find an open wireless network that you can connect to. So the mitigation method could be simply decrease the wireless range and hide the SSID. Now, there is no guarantee hiding the SSID would work because there are tools which can discover even the hidden SSIDs, but it can still work as a mitigation method. Then you talk about war chalking. In this type of threat, basically the attacker marks the area after SSID and its credentials are known. So once the attacker has discovered not only the SSID, but also the credentials, basically the walls of that particular building are marked. So the attacker knows, oh, this is where I've discovered a wireless network and I know the credentials. Mitigation method is the credentials were discovered because you were using a weak security protocols like WEP. So you have to use WPA2. You can also enable MAC filtering. Now, when you enable MAC filtering, it is a simple thing. Only the MAC addresses that are embedded or that are added into the wireless access point, they will be able to connect to the wireless network. Then you have to also disable SSID or hide the SSID. Moving on. WEP, WPA cracking. Now, these both were weak security protocols. In fact, a lot of wireless routers now don't even support WEP. They support WPA and onwards, which is WPA2 and various other protocols. But now when you talk about cracking WEP or WPA, you are basically scanning and determining the pre-shared key, which is nothing but the password that has been set for the wireless network. To mitigate this, you have to use strong encryption protocols such as WPA. And of course, along with that, you can also use complex passwords so they are not easy to determine or they are not easy to crack. When you talk about evil twin, you just simply set up a rogue access point for the legitimate users. Now, what happens is when users find another wireless access point to which they had been connecting, now when the users find another access point with the same name, they are likely to get confused which is the legitimate one. So some people will simply try the evil twin access point, and once they connect, they will provide the username and password, and there you go, you are able to capture their credentials. How do you protect this or how do you mitigate this threat? You simply implement something known as Wireless Intrusion Prevention System, which is WIPS. Then comes the rogue access point. This is an access point which is installed without the knowledge of the IT team. Now, anybody could simply bring a wireless access point, connect it to the Ethernet network or the wired network, and it will start broadcasting its SSID. It's as simple as that. There are ways to mitigate that, something like enable switch port tracing, or you could also do mode scanning, or you can also implement an application which is known as the rogue detector. You can use different methods to detect a rogue access point. Now let's look at some of the threats and mitigation methods of a network which is a wired network. So first one is ICMP flood. In ICMP flood, an attacker sends a large number of ICMP packets to a system or a server, which means the server or the system is receiving so many ICMP packets in a continuation that it is unable to respond to each and every packet. Now system attempts to do that, but as a consequence, it starts to exhaust its resources. Therefore, it is unable to handle all the requests and eventually crashes. So how do you mitigate this threat? You simply enable the firewall to block ICMP packets on the server or the device. Then there is a denial of service and distributed denial of service type of threats. Now denial of service is from one system to another system. But when you talk about distributed denial of service, it has hundreds or maybe thousands of systems focusing on one single server or a system and sending a lot of packets at the same time. Now, because when you talk about one-to-one, there is only limited number of packets that will come. But when you talk about distributed denial of service, then there are thousands of nodes sending the request to a single node, which means the power of that particular attack has multiplied by a few thousand times. And the server is unable to take that much load and eventually crashes. So how do you mitigate this? First, you baseline your network traffic. You see what is the normal traffic pattern and keep monitoring your network traffic to ensure that this pattern is not deviated from. And if there is a deviation which is alarming, then you know there is something that is not right. You can also compare signatures of the incoming traffic. So there are applications and there are hardware devices which can help you map the signature of the incoming traffic. And once you know if it is not a common signature, it is unidentified signature, that means there is something wrong. So you can block that traffic. And now there are anti-DOS and anti-DDoS devices that are available in the market, which are designed to protect your network or servers from this type of threats. Then you can buy that device, implement it on the network, and you will be able to protect your network or the server. Then comes the Fraggle threat, in which attacker sends spoofed UDP packets to a specific broadcast address of a system or a server or a device. Now, how do you mitigate this threat? You simply disable the IP broadcast on the network and enable the firewall to block ICMP packets. Then there is buffer overflow, in which there is a malicious code in an application which puts more data in the buffer that it can handle. So when the buffer is filled, it is not able to cater to any of the requests on the system, and eventually it causes the application to crash. So how do you mitigate that? You have to detect vulnerabilities in the code, because if there is a vulnerability in the code, an attacker could have embedded something in the code which would have caused the buffer overflow. Now let's look at the threats and mitigation methods of web applications. So first one is injection. Now in this, an attacker injects malicious code or a script into the web application's code. And this is because the web applications have vulnerabilities and they are not sanitized, or the data being input is not validated properly. So the attacker can simply embed some data into a field and inject something that is not safe for the web application. Now when malicious code or script is embedded into the web application, it can trigger a lot of unexpected actions which the application is not designed to handle. So you have to perform server-side validation, in which any data that is being triggered from the web application and going to the backend, it must be checked through server-side validation. And also when a user is inputting something into a field, you have to validate that and then sanitize if required. So for instance, when you talk about validation, now if there is a telephone field where you are expected the user to input a telephone number, now this particular field should not take any characters, it should only take numbers. So if user is typing any other character other than number, that means the input is not being validated. If it was being validated, then it would have prompted the user with the message something like, this is not the correct input, you have to input numbers only. And then there could be sanitization of the input data. For instance, if you are expecting the user to put everything in capital letters and the user inputs something in the lowercase letters, then you can sanitize that and convert the lowercase into uppercase. This is just one example. There could be many other things that can be sanitized. Let's talk about broken authentication. This is basically when an attacker brute forces an application or brute forces a web page to gain access to the user credentials. Now in this, basically passwords are the output of these attacks. When the passwords are gained, then the attacker is able to use these passwords and the user credentials to get into the application. How do you mitigate that? You can implement multi-factor authentication, which means not only the user has to provide the password, but you could also send one-time password to the user. So which means along with this permanent password, there is a one-time password which has a maybe 15 minutes validity. The user has to provide the OTP also along with the password. Unless both these things match from the backend, the user is not granted the access to the application. And of course, other than just simply implementing the password, you have to ensure that you implement complex passwords. Users should not be using simple passwords such as password 12345, something like that. So you have to make sure that users are forced to use complex passwords. So you can always put a password policy on the domain controller, or using your LDAP directory, you can implement password policies. And once the password policies are implemented, then users will be forced to use complex passwords. Now let's move on to sensitive data exposure. This is when either the encryption keys are stolen, which means your private key is compromised, or there is a man-in-the-middle attack that happened in a transmission of information which was being done in clear text format. So these are just two examples how sensitive data can be exposed, but there are various other ways. For instance, giving incorrect access to somebody who doesn't need that particular access on a web server or a file server. How do you mitigate this kind of threat? So you avoid storing sensitive data. So you should avoid storing sensitive data. This means your sensitive data should not be lying around on some file server or a web server out in open. It has to be secured. It has to be, if it does not require regular access, then you should back it up and store it in a safe area. And if it requires regular access only by a few individuals, then ensure that only those individuals have appropriate access. When you're sending data from one end to the other end, which means sending one device to the other device, especially on the internet, you need to make sure that you encrypt your data. Sending data in clear text can be easily intercepted by any third party who's watching over you. Then disable caching, because caching can also store a large amount of data. And if somebody gets hands on the caching of a particular web server or a particular server, then that person is able to not only retrieve data, it is also possible to retrieve user credentials from caching. Now, when you talk about security misconfigurations, this is one of the most common mistakes made by the web server administrators, where they tend to not only give out access to individuals who don't require it, but also they add services which are not supposed to be running on that particular web server. For instance, if you have no use of FTP, then the administrator would simply configure FTP as well along with the HTTP. So that is not required. Why would you want to configure FTP if it is not required? Because even though there is no data on it, but that particular service can be exploited. So in brief, when you talk about security misconfiguration, this type of attack is mainly on the user accounts, which means they could be using the default accounts that exist on a system, or it is the default configuration. For instance, you have just implemented the web server, it has a lot of services running which you don't require. So if you don't require, the best thing is to shut them down. And of course, it is not only the web server which can cause this kind of threat. You have to ensure the operating system on which the web server is running is hardened, and it also does not run unnecessary services. It does not have open ports which are not required. So this type of mitigation has to come from the bottom up. So first you have to ensure that your operating system is secured, then you have to ensure that your web server is secured, then you have to move on to the web application which is being hosted. You have to ensure that is also secured. So all three components must be secured.
In this video, I'll discuss threat management in the Security and Compliance Center. In the Office 365 Security and Compliance Center, there's a threat management section on the left-hand pane. I'll scroll down a bit, it's right there. There's an arrow pointing down right next to it, which means if I click that, it will expand it. And let's take a look at threat management. Now, under threat management, you have a lot of options, really useful information and features, including dashboard, investigations, explorer, attack simulator, review, policy, and threat tracker. So let's check out the dashboard. Now, here in the dashboard, you get an overview of all sorts of useful security management information. Cards telling us how investigations are proceeding, if we have any open investigations. Daily efficiency savings, how your organization has been protected in the past 7 days, including options to configure the various features of ATP. Even data on global threat detections, which can help you understand how your organizations are faring against ongoing trends. Now, there's a lot more here, and you should spend some time understanding what kind of feedback you can use in threat management, but I want to speak specifically about the next two options. Here we see investigations and explorer. I'll click on investigations. Now, Investigations is still under preview, but it provides information, as the name suggests, on any threats detected. There's nothing here right now, but let's take a look at Explorer. I'll click that. Now, Explorer allows you to drill down on threats that have been detected. Again, no results, but you can specify the kinds of detected threats that you want to look at. Right now, next to each view at the top, we're looking at malware. And if you click that, you can see that we have a number of different options here. Under email, we have malware, phish, user reported, all email, and under content, we have malware. So we can click and choose exactly what kind of threats have been encountered and drill down into that. Just click on malware there. Now, again, nothing's going to show up because we're looking at a view that hasn't been populated yet, but that's fine. It gives you a sense that you can actually drill down into these things. And you can also save your queries. There's some buttons here for save query as, and save query settings. This is helpful when you need to generate reports. You can click sender right here and choose exactly what kind of threats have been encountered. So again, there's another way of looking at the very detailed information based on the types of reports, everything from who the sender was, the recipients, the domain, and so on, and even things like internet message ID, network message ID, the IP of the sender, and so on. So that's very, very useful for filtering your results through these various categories. Now, you can also filter your results with an advanced filter right here. I'll click that button. And it allows us to choose different options, including date range. So there's a lot of information that you can glean from your network activity by accessing this section, and it gives you the power and flexibility to identify threats and mitigate them before they become serious issues.
Now,
why did he start like that, bro? He's like, here we go again, man. I gotta explain this friggin' bullshit, bro. What? Why is he? Why did he do that?
now,
Why is he doing? He's like, I hate my My wife just left me and I gotta come in and teach this bullshit to these retards. Bro, what?
now, when I talk about mitigation, let's be clear. What are we talking? There's something that could do bad, a threat. There's something that we care about, an asset. And that asset has weaknesses. It could be the users, it could be the software, it could be the hardware, it could be there are a whole lot of things that cause a vulnerability. If you have users, you are vulnerable to social engineering attacks. Okay, I mean, it's that simple, okay? Now, to reduce or to get the risk into an acceptable level, we're going to apply controls. What in the devil is a control? A control is just something that we put between something that could do bad and something that we care about. That's all it is. It could reduce the likelihood of it happening, or it could reduce the amount of damage that occurs should it occur or should it be realized. Sometimes it'll do both. In an ideal situation, it will do both, okay? What we're trying to do is reduce either the likelihood or the amount of damage, preferably both, by selecting controls, some fun that we can change. Now, I talked to you about risk appetite, risk tolerant, risk adverse earlier in Module 1. Here's where we're going to use that. Many in the IT security field make the mistake of going for the technical solution first. And they carry this large bill into management and say, oh, here's my risk assessment. Oh, we need all this fancy, expensive stuff. Okay. As a senior manager, if you ever did that to me, I'm going to corner you and make you explain what other controls could accomplish the same objective. Could we use compensating controls? Could we just change our policy or our procedures? Could we just get our people trained better? Maybe we just add an extra person on the staff. There's a lot of ways to get from here to there. That's why it's very important to do a proper analysis of your threat and your vulnerabilities. It gives you the possible solution set for which to draw your control. If you don't do a proper threat and vulnerability assessment, then your solution set is very hazy, and it's very possible you'll get a control or select a control that will make matters worse, not better. Okay? Very important for you to think through that. I can't stress that enough. You got to really do your homework up front.
When we talk about risk, it is something that is the potential or the probability of a loss that may occur. So, for instance, if you talk about a server that is running in your data center, if you say there is a probability that this may fail, now that is a risk. Remember, risk is not something that has happened in the past or is happening in the present times. Risk is something that will always happen in the future, or there will be probability of it happening in the future. So this is a probability that something unwanted will happen, such as a disk failure or such as a server crash. Now, when you talk about a server failure or you talk about a disk crash, now these are risks. These are not something, for example, a disk has already crashed. No, that is not a risk. That is an incident that has already happened. Risk will be something which is likely to happen and give you an unwanted or unfavorable results, such as a service failure or a disk crash. Then risk is not always avoidable, no matter what you do, no matter what kind of infrastructure you put up, whether it is in the on-premise data center or whether it is in the cloud, there will always be risks. Now, these risks will differ from infrastructure to infrastructure, architecture to architecture, service to service, types of data that you have in the on-premise and in the cloud. So there will always be some risks that will be similar. Then there will be some risks that will be different in the on-premise data center versus in the cloud. But remember, not all risks can be avoided. Some you will be able to avoid. That is why you bring out the risk management plan and you see what are the risks that are available, what you can handle and what you cannot handle. What is your risk appetite? So these are some of the things you will look at going forward. So when you talk about a risk-based methodology, so what is that you need to do to make it happen? So for instance, you need to decide what you want to protect. You need to list down the assets or the services or the data that you want to protect. It has to be something that is important, that has values for the organization. So if something that does not have a value for the organization is unlikely to cause a risk. So therefore, now when you talk about the important assets, you need to know what is important. You need to know how to protect that important asset. If you're talking about the data, then you can have different security controls in place like encryption. You could have a firewall protecting the incoming traffic. You could also have data loss prevention or DLP to ensure that nobody who's not authorized to access your data is trying to access that data and share it with somebody who you do not want the data to be shared. So you can have different types of security controls to protect your assets that are important and generate value for the organization. Then you need to know what kind of approach you want to adopt when protecting your assets. Not every situation will allow you to use the same approach. In some cases, you may want to accept the risk. In some cases, you will have to let the risk be transferred to some third party, such as insurance. Now, you have a data center. If you insure it, what you are doing is you are transferring the risk of losing the infrastructure to a third party. In this scenario, if anything happens to the infrastructure, you will get paid back by the insurance company. In some cases, you may end up accepting the risks, such as if the cost of fixing a defect is $100,000, but it can cause a harm of only $10,000, you might as well accept the risk. Why would you want to fix up something by spending $100,000, but it can generate only a value of $10,000? Then, whatever security controls you implement, whatever method you use, you need to ensure that you are monitoring your assets closely, especially that generate value for the organization. So you need to monitor, and one thing I would like to highlight is your risks will keep on evolving from time to time. So you cannot have static security controls or static controls placed and say, I have covered the organization from all aspects. Nothing can happen. That is not going to be true. So if your risks are changing, then your controls have to improve. They have to change. You have to realign your controls to mitigate the risk. Let's now look at what is a risk profile. So when you talk about a risk profile, it is about the organization's ability to take risks. It is based on quantitative analysis, not qualitative. Now, so each risk that you see, you need to assign a number and accordingly prioritize your risks. Then, because you're using a quantitative analysis, it is non-subjective evaluation. So there is no subjectivity. Had it been qualitative analysis, then there would have been a lot of subjectivity built into identifying the risks and defining the methods of dealing with these risks. So we also need to identify, because we are assigning a number against each threat or risk, we need to understand what are the levels of risks that the organization can take. Because you have assigned a number against each risk or the threat, you can narrow down the risk that the organization can take. Now, in the risk profiling, you are basically coming to a conclusion that the risks that the organization can be exposed to. So when you're talking about risk profiling, you're dealing with the components like risk tolerance, risk capacity, and risk required. So if you talk about risk profiling, it would be risk tolerance plus the risk appetite. So what is risk appetite? When you talk about risk appetite, it is the organization's willingness to take certain amount of risks. So what you're talking about is the desired level of risk. Now this is different from risk tolerance. Now when you talk about risk tolerance, it is about the risk that the organization is preferring to take. And these are basically the risk level that the organization can tolerate, or the boundaries that can be defined for the risk that organization is willing to take. And now, risk appetite should always be in sync with the strategic objectives. What it means is your organization's strategic objective, which is more of a business goal, and how to achieve whatever level of business in your organization. Now, if your risk appetite is not aligned with it, there is going to be a major problem because you will end up taking more risks than you can digest, which means that you can dilute your business objective. Your risk will have more value than your strategic objectives for your organization. They have to be in sync with the strategic objective. You need to maybe accept the risk, transfer the risk, mitigate the risk, but anything you do with the risk, it has to come from the strategic objective. Then the risk appetite will also help you understand the level of risk exposure that the organization can have. So obviously, no organization will want to have more risk than it can tolerate or it can handle. So therefore, the risk exposure is pretty much critical in this scenario. Once you know the level of risk you can take, aligning to your business objective can help you further make risk-based decisions. Now, if you don't know your risk appetite, then of course you cannot make risk-based decisions. Those decisions will be more ambiguous because you do not know what are the risks involved in those decisions that you have made. So therefore, it is critical for you to understand your risk appetite. So let's understand the risk appetite types. The first one is averse, which is basically avoiding the risk. That is the key objective of the organization. Then we come to minimal, which is about the preference of accepting the lower risks. So this means you do not want to get involved with the higher risk. Any risk that has a minimal value or the risk itself is minimal, you can go ahead with it. Then it comes to cautious. Now, cautious is basically the preference for safe options. So when we talk about cautious, it is about taking or accepting those risks that are of low value or have low profile. So any risk that has the low value or it is not a big danger for the organization will cautiously accept that risk. Then we are talking about open. Now, in this particular case, the organization is willing to consider all potential options and choose the one that helps them in successful delivery. So basically here the organization is open. They are willing to do whatever it takes to accept the potential options and handle the risks. Then we are talking about hungry. Now, these are the organizations who tend to be very innovative and they will go with the options that are high in reward. So they are willing to take bigger risks, but obviously that bigger risk, if they are able to handle, comes with a big reward as well. So these organizations tend to be very innovative. They will find new methods to handle high-profile risks. Let's now look at some of the risk frameworks. So first one is ISO 31000-2009 edition. Now this particular framework is a risk management framework, and it is mainly used by the organizations to provide a structured and measurable risk management approach. Then we are talking about ANISA, which has a framework known as Cloud Computing Benefits, Risks, and Recommendations for Information Security. Now, this particular framework can be used as a foundation for risk management. Then we are talking about NIST, that has a framework known as 800-146, which focuses on the risk components and appropriate analysis of these risks. So to recap, in this video, we looked at what is risk, what kind of different appetites that organization can have when dealing with risks. And then we also looked at different types of frameworks that are available that can be used by the organizations to handle risks.
In this video, I'll discuss the steps used to identify risks to IT systems or information. One of the key steps is a security risk assessment. A security risk assessment is helpful to identify, assess, and implement security measures. So over the course of the assessment, whoever is performing the assessment will take a look at what are the current security controls in your environment and what are they protecting. They'll then assess, are those security controls sufficient to provide the level of security required by your organization? And if they're not, what are some additional security controls that could be implemented, or how could the existing security controls be reworked to provide better security? The focus of a security risk assessment is to prevent security vulnerabilities and exploits from being present in your environment. So in addition to looking at security controls, a security assessment also takes a look at what are the current vulnerabilities in your environment. Can they be mitigated by techniques such as updating your software or moving to different pieces of software, as well as how exploitable are those vulnerabilities? So if you can't get rid of the vulnerabilities, are your security controls sufficient to make it infeasible to exploit those vulnerabilities? And security risk assessments are an integral part of an organization's risk management process. Not only do they provide an excellent overview of your security posture and give you a view of your organization from an attacker's perspective, they also help provide management with guidance on where resources need to be allocated and what kind of process changes might be necessary to improve security going forward. These security risk assessments are a routine and ongoing part of your risk management strategy, and they should be performed at regular intervals to make sure that your security posture is staying up to date. On the management side of things, these IT risk assessments will provide senior management with a snapshot or executive summary style report of potential vulnerabilities and weaknesses in their systems. What this will do is help to provide cost justification for any of the recommendations that the security assessment is making. An organization can have a good information security track record, but that doesn't mean it isn't vulnerable. There can be a lot of reasons that an organization hasn't seen a security breach. One possible reason is that their security is excellent and that they have a very good risk management strategy. However, it's also possible that they just haven't been noticed by attackers yet, and so the lack of security breaches is largely just due to the luck of the draw that they haven't been a target of an attack. This could lead to a false sense of security where management says, we've never had a security breach, so therefore our security must be excellent. But in reality, their security is lacking, and they are likely to suffer a breach at some point in the future. So these security assessments help you budget and plan for any additional resources that are required to protect the organization and its data. It's necessary to have these justifications because oftentimes these additional security controls will represent a significant expense, and without proper justification, it's very easy for these requests to be denied. Another step in risk identification is evaluating the likelihood of a risk. This means once you have identified that there is a risk present, you calculate the probability that that risk is going to lead to a security breach or a successful attack. Some factors that go into evaluating the likelihood of a risk include asking the questions, when is an organization susceptible to risk? Is this something that is open and exposed all of the time, or is it only exposed some of the time? For example, a front-facing web portal is likely to be susceptible at all times that it's running, and generally they're running 24/7. So any risk associated with that web portal is going to be present at all times. However, a device that is only periodically connected to the internet and at all other times is disconnected from any network at all may only be susceptible to a risk for the period of time that is connected to a network. In general, the shorter duration or shorter time period that a risk is present, the less likely that risk is to be exploited. Another question to ask is, why would a risk occur to a particular organization? An example of an answer to this question could be that you are a nation-state organization and you might be highly susceptible to attacks from hostile nation states, and that would be a possible answer as to why a risk would occur to a particular organization. So answering this question involves evaluating the profile of your organization and getting a sense of how many people would be motivated to attack you and what their capabilities would be. Then you can ask, where could the risk occur? In the case of a security vulnerability, would a successful exploitation of the vulnerability lead to a compromise of the entire network and all systems contained within it, or would the compromise only lead to the exploitation of a single system? And finally, you can ask, how is the risk likely to take place? For example, if your risk is physical theft of a USB device or a server, then the risk is likely to take place via a physical intrusion, like a break-in or a robbery. On the other hand, if your risk is the downloading of ransomware onto a computer, then one of the ways that this can happen is by employees opening and downloading attachments from emails that happen to be malicious and contain ransomware. Next, we can take a look at the origin of the risk. So there are two main origins of risk. Is the risk an external risk, like a phishing attack? Or is the risk an internal risk, such as a disgruntled employee? And both types have very different ways of mitigating and dealing with the risk, so it's important to identify exactly where that risk is likely to originate. Once you have a general sense of whether the risk originates as an external risk or an internal risk, you can start to narrow it down further. For example, if you identify that a risk is an internal risk as a result of a disgruntled employee, you can start to narrow down your scope. This could be done by identifying that the risk could really only be performed by an employee with administrator privileges to a particular system. So now your internal risk has gone from all disgruntled employees to only disgruntled employees who have the required privileges and authentication. Next, we evaluate the potential impact of a risk. This means asking the questions, what are the possible consequences of the risk? And who is affected by the risk, and what's the impact on your organization or your customers? So different risks have different impacts. For example, if you are subject to a DDoS attack, then it's likely that the impact of that attack is going to be that your services are unavailable, or that the overall performance of your services will be greatly diminished. However, if you're subject to a data breach and attackers steal your customer database, then the potential impact is that your business operations are disrupted and you've caused personal damage to your customers. When performing a threat evaluation, not all threats are going to be concrete threats with easy-to-implement mitigation solutions. However, it's still important to identify any potential threats, even if they're hard to plan for and difficult to limit. Preventative measures should be put in place, even if the threats are outside an organization's control. So regardless of whether or not you can mitigate a threat, you should still do your best to put any and all possible preventative measures in place to mitigate that threat's impact as much as possible.
As you're setting up your access control, there are several models that we can follow that help guide us in the way we should hand out permissions to our users. It really has to do with more of the management of the access control, and they're very non-specific. They just provide a structure behind how we can set up our own access control. Now, there are 5 basic models that are worth mentioning in this course. The first is called discretionary access control, or DAC. Discretionary access control is a kind of control where each individual owner of a resource manages their own access control policy. So for example, you might have a Windows machine on which you are using a printer, and you have a number of files, and you have perhaps some applications that you're using. You have the right, as the owner of that Windows machine, to share those resources with whomever you'd like. Maybe there's another workstation in your local network that needs to use your printer. Maybe you have a file that needs to be shared with several colleagues. As the owner of those resources, you can add those other users or systems into your access control list and give them permission. The challenge we face with DAC is that it's very ad hoc. Each system has to be configured separately from any other system. There is no centralization. It is very flexible, but very decentralized, and just makes it really challenging to administer. So for larger organizations, we don't recommend DAC. It can work in a smaller scale. Even within an enterprise, you might have one department that can take advantage of these types of access control models. But in a larger scale enterprise, you're going to choose one of the others. A much better choice for the larger enterprise is the role-based access control, or RBAC, as we call it. RBAC says, while we don't care about individual user control, we do want to be able to group users together into common categories, and we apply the permissions to those categories, and we refer to them as roles. Essentially, what do you do for the organization? There's a very high likelihood that your job is exactly the same as several other people on your team. For example, sales. In a larger company with products they sell to customers, they're going to have a lot of sales reps who all do the same thing. Why individually give them permissions when they all just need the same permissions? Make one sales category, give that sales category all the sales permissions, and then drop all those users into that category. As soon as they are added to that particular role, they assume or they inherit all of the permissions that you've given that particular category. Very effective for large organizations, and it allows for centralized server-based control. Plus, if you want to make any changes, you simply move a user to a different category. You don't have to go in and rewrite permissions or anything of that nature. You simply move them to wherever they need to go, and they automatically drop the permissions of the old group and inherit the permissions of the new group. Very effective, very easy to do. It does require a lot of work on the front end to set up all the categories, set up all the roles, but once those roles are set, it requires very minimal administrative overhead to make changes. The third one here is called attribute-based access control, and it's really the cutting edge in modern access control systems. We're no longer relying solely on your role. Instead, I can include other attributes to your role that may be temporary. For example, location. Perhaps you only need to access a particular resource while you're in the office. If you're not in the office, your access is denied, even though you are an authorized user. Or perhaps it's time-based. Perhaps you're allowed to access it between 8 and 5, but when you go home in the evening, your access is denied because you're outside of the approved window of time. There are other kinds of attributes like editor or other kinds of temporary roles you might assign to people depending on the project, and you can use those as attributes as well. Or perhaps something related to the kinds of system they're using. Maybe they can use it on a workstation but not on a mobile device. Maybe they can use it directly through the application but not on the web. There's a lot of attributes you can assign to these permissions, and it allows very fine-tuned access control, but still being controlled centrally by an administrator. And it helps us to make sure that least privilege is applied at all times. Now, these are all assigned to people. These are how we handle our users. But sometimes we're more concerned with protecting our network and protecting our resources from unauthorized data. And so we have a number of very strict models that help influence how data is processed throughout the network. Rule-based access control, or RUBAC, is a kind of access control that we see in firewalls. And this is where the firewall looks at the data, compares it to a preset rule set up by the administrator. If the rule matches, it is applied. Period. There is no exceptions. There is no, well, but I'm the CEO, or I'm the administrator, or but I'm sending it for a very good reason. None of those are going to fly. The firewall is only going to apply rules as dictated by the administrator in the access list. So if the rule says allow, then you're in. If the rule says deny, then you're not allowed in. And so that kind of very strict, inflexible type of access control is excellent for protecting our network from these illegitimate data packets for the network. But sometimes it's not strictly about what the data packet looks like. Sometimes it's about how that data packet is in comparison to other data packets, such as the kind of session that is being processed. And so that's called context-based access control. And we see this in the more advanced firewalls, like a deep packet inspection firewall, that looks at not just the contents of the packet, but how the packets are grouped together. And so it adds that extra layer of context so that even if normally that packet would be allowed, if it's used in the wrong way, then we can identify the potential breach and block it from access. So as you are planning your access control, think through these models, try to figure out which ones work best. You might use more than one. In a lot of enterprises, they'll use all of these rules in somewhere in the enterprise. So it's just a matter of how that system needs to operate, whether it's a person or if it's a data packet, whether you need a really fine-tuned control or a more generic control, you're going to use some combination of these models.
This one's a good one. I like this. This is the vibe right now. Just put it on like a barely audible, slightly above barely audible, where you kind of like hear it, but you can like think deeply, but it provides that nice baseline, that foundation, sets the tone. I like this.
Data classification can take several different forms. There's no real standard for classification. There's no one way to do it. You want to find the method of classification that works best for your organization. There's a classification standard for the military and the U.S. government that is documented in a lot of the NIST paperwork and some of the federal security policies. But we don't really necessarily have to follow that standard. That's for them. A lot of the more common commercial standards exist with terms like sensitive or confidential, private, public, right? Some of that terminology. And so for the sake of our course, we're going to follow this 4-step classification process. At the highest level of classification, we use the term sensitive. Something at this level would cause great harm to an organization. For example, the bank account information for a business. If somebody gets the bank account data for a company, they can drain their bank accounts, and that could cause a company to close its doors. That would be considered sensitive data, right? Very, very important. Intellectual property oftentimes is sensitive in nature because we want to make sure it is not released and that it is only accessed by those individuals that have been uniquely authorized for that data. The next level down, sort of a moderate classification, is something we call confidential. Confidential says, yeah, it could be harmful, but it's not going to be great harm. It will have some loss, but not a lot of loss. For example, you might consider the minutes of a meeting. Some of the things that were discussed between employees during an internal meeting would be considered confidential. You might also see the term internal use only or official use only. It just kind of keeps it inside the walls of the building. Although within, between employees, it might be openly discussed. You just don't discuss it with those outside of the organization unless there's a non-disclosure agreement in place. Private takes a slightly different perspective. Private is more concerned with those things that are private to the customer, private to an individual. But if they're mishandled, the harm is not to the organization necessarily, the harm is to the individual. Consider the privacy of employee data. My information with my employer is private. It hurts me more than it hurts them if there was a release of some kind. Like my phone number could be considered private because if somebody else gets a hold of my phone number, I could get marketing calls, all kinds of annoying things could happen to me, but the company does not necessarily experience any loss there. It doesn't directly affect them. And then you have your final one, public. These are things that are widely available, things that are in the public domain. It causes no harm to the organization for this information to be released. These are things put out in press releases, things on the public website, things that might exist in any other public database, certain government websites, the WHOIS lookup database for your domain information. All of this is public record. Typically, no harm is caused by its release. So that's the classification structure. Now, we have to also consider, as we classify data, where is it? How is it currently being used? We really have 3 different data states in which we have to classify data. We have a very important one, data in transit. It's often the first one we think of when we think of protecting data. We think of it's moving between 2 points. I don't want somebody to intercept that or have unauthorized access to that, so I'm going to apply security to that data. But it depends on what classification label you give it. Some data can be transmitted in clear text with no protection because it's just public data. When you go onto a company's public website, it's typically not encrypted because it's public. There's no need to protect that information. However, if you're going to type data into a form, we really do recommend that you encrypt that, especially if you're asking for someone's private data. because we want to protect it. It's private and may also fall into the confidential or sensitive classifications labels. Finally, there's also data at rest. This would be in a storage solution of some kind, on your hard drive, on a flash drive, in a database, your archives, your backups. These are places where the data is not being used, but it's important. It's something that we definitely want to protect. And so we have a lot of encryption solutions for that to keep it protected from unauthorized access. And then lastly, data in use. This is data currently in process using your memory or your CPU. The challenge we have with data in use is that there isn't a lot we can do to protect the data itself. Our processor needs to process the clear text data, and so processing it while it's encrypted would be kind of counterproductive. Now, we do have a number of operating system level protections that can keep our data in use out away from somebody else's eyes, but once an attacker gets access to that root of that system, data in use is no longer protected. There's nothing we can do to stop them from viewing memory data or viewing processor cache data. And then we also have to ask ourselves, what controls do we use to protect these different data states at these different levels of classification? We have the CIA triad that governs a lot of our privacy and data protection. For example, confidentiality, making sure that data is only readable by somebody who has permission. We use things like encryption and file system permissions to protect confidentiality. We also have integrity, making sure that data does not get changed unless it's changed by an authorized individual. We use things like hashing and checksums to help verify that data is in its original state. We use file system permissions as well to limit who can make changes. I might have access, but I can't change it. It's read-only. I also have digital signatures that can help verify that when it was changed by an authorized individual. And then thirdly, we have availability. Availability helps us ensure that it is there when we need it. So we use things like redundancies, duplications of services to make sure that no matter what, there's always at least one service in place. Off-site backups for our data can allow us to keep our data protected, backed up, but in a different location. That way, if something happens to my current location, it doesn't impact the data in the other location. They're too far apart. And then also the cloud can help with that as well. The cloud's pretty far away. It's the internet. So what happens in your internal organization likely has very little, if any, effect on the cloud. They're completely separate entities, and so you can really keep your data protected if you can put it in one of these off-site locations.
In addition to taking the proper countermeasure steps we've now discussed, let's also look at some of the tools you want to make sure you have in place to help improve your defenses against malicious code infection. As we've mentioned now multiple times in this class, you want a multi-layered defense and a plethora of various types of defenses working together to defend against known conflicts and known intrusions and known infections. So it should be pretty obvious in a malware chapter the main defense is going to be an antivirus or anti-malware scanner, and absolutely that would still be the case. But you want to also supplement this with a variety of other components. You may need to have a separate anti-spyware, anti-adware tool. You may also need an additional tool to find things that may be known as hacker tools, or also known as potentially unwanted programs, or the acronym PUP. My current favorite PUP scanner is known as Malwarebytes. You also might consider from time to time needing to have a dedicated rootkit scanner, or backdoor scanner, ransomware scanner, or Trojan horse scanner. And yes, this is a ridiculous number of tools to have at your disposal, but this is the nature of the attacks we're facing. Sometimes you need dedicated tools for particular threats you're facing. Your anti-malware scanner may include a lot of these functions as a normal part of its operation, but it may not be as in-depth or as specific as dedicated tools might be. If you are going to be using a dedicated type of malware scanning utility, like say a rootkit scanner or a keystroke logging scanner, be very careful of where you obtain these tools from. Make sure they're from known, trusted security companies and not just some random website, some random programmer that you have no knowledge about. Get them from trusted organizations. And if you are in doubt, don't use them. It is very common to create fake security tools as a way to Trojan horse into your system other types of malicious code. Now, those are directly focusing on malware, but don't forget that your firewalls, your IDSs, and even your AAA services for authentication, authorization, and accounting also help with avoiding malicious code infections. So these services collected together and used as a multi-factor, multi-layer approach for defending your system against malware infection can be an effective protection for your organization.
I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. That's it for me. I'll be able to finish my class tomorrow, though, it looks like. There's not much left. I can finish this easy peasy. Lesson 3, 4, and 5, and then I'm done. And I can practice, get ready for the test. Yeah! I gotta read more, bro. I'm reading the Iliad by Homer. I gotta read more. I gotta finish that, so that way I can read the Odyssey next. That's what I'm talking about.